进入到了最后一轮。好，经过上礼拜还有昨天的淘汰之后，我们筛选出了2名这次进入冠亚军的选手。好，那接下来呢，我们就准备来欣赏第一轮的精彩对决。
好，我们第一轮比赛准备。好，黑色暗中，比赛开始。
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm FIDE Master Cedric Passy from France, and I'm very glad to be able to comment on the final day of the second Women Championship in Kaohsiung. Um, so let's first introduce myself a little bit. So I live in France, in the northeast part of France, close to German borders and Luxembourg borders and Belgium, so it's very convenient as a chess player. And I've been playing chess for a long time, mainly coaching for the past 15 years. And so now I have the pleasure to comment on this game, and I'm very close to Taiwan, my wife being Taiwanese, so uh, yeah, I'm following closely the development of chess in Taiwan, and I hope it will grow uh, more and more soon. I hope I can help, be of any help. Um, about the players, I know Miss Tang, Angie. I know her and her husband, Craig, from the time I spent in Taichung, so I know a little bit about her. Her opponent, Miss Chen, uh, I don't know well, so I will discover the style and the rest. So okay, enough of me. Let's introduce the moves now. So d4, 4, a6. So we have a regular Queen's Gambit declined so far. So very classical opening, used many times by all world champions in many different world championship matches. So in the era from let's say the beginning of last century to 1930s, mainly was the only opening chosen against d4 player, d4 1 d4 by white. So because it's very classical. So before, well, of course, in the times of Anderson, Adolf Anderson, Paul Morphy, and so on, in the 19th century, it was more romantic chess, like you play for checkmate and everything. Then the classical approach appeared thanks to the first world champion, Wilhelm Steinitz. So that's about the end of the 19th century, and he introduced many elements, more like classical and modern elements, like pawn structure, the weakness of any square, giving more importance to these factors. So now people started to play like d4, d5, because it's a very classical approach. You just occupy and control the center, right? In the opening, mainly you have 3 elements. You have the control of the center first, so you occupy it or control it in any way. And you develop your pieces, so you improve your pieces by moving them, not just moving, but improving them, and castling. So right now, both players are doing exactly this. After bishop e7, bishop d5, this is all very classical. It's been played again in many different world championship, many games, classical games about this. Even now, still being played. Okay, now basically black has a choice, going h6 first, asking the bishop what to do, or castling immediately. Oh, so she played a third option, knight b d7. That's interesting. So I guess she will go for the oldest approach, like with knight b d7, and after e3 maybe castle. So basically here she had different options. Basically what she played is the oldest orthodox line code, and it was played, for example, in a match, World Championship match 1927, sorry, between Capablanca and Alekhine. so the two of the great players. It was played like in about 80% of the game, whether one of the white pieces or the black pieces, they would be ready to play the same position again and again for every match, every game, and finding little improvements every time in every game. So the games look similar a little bit. First sight they look similar, but actually a very different subtleties every time. So it was just the main battleground for these players. So in the match, yeah, if you find out of the 34 games of this match, there was mainly like, I don't know, 80% of it was about starting from this position. The other option before we go back to the game was just asking the bishop first, and usually you keep the bishop and castle. And after e3, which is just a normal developing move to prepare to move this bishop and castle, okay, according to the rules. Then you have two approaches. You have basically in the Queen's Gambit decline, black is intending to find a solution for this bishop on c8, which from the second move has been like refused to go out. You know, the pawn on e6 is blocking him. So they should find an answer. So in this way, you have two different options. The main option is to go b6, which is the very popular Tatakova variation. And then you just go, let's say, after bishop b3, d3, bishop b7, castles, and knight bd7. And then after you developed both your king side and queen side, you are ready to strike in the center with c5 and a position about equal position, almost symmetrical, except the placing of those two knights like appears, which okay has been played on and on again. But basically both sides can be satisfied with their openings, and it's a game, like once black is ready to strike in the center. The other approach here has been championed by the second world champion, Emanuel Lasker, and he wanted to simplify the position with knight e4. So the idea is that in this position, black has less space for his pieces. So as usual, the side with less space should look for exchanging, exchanges. He should exchange a few pieces to have more room for the remaining pieces. So he found this maneuver, knight to e4. So he offers exchanges of knights and exchanges of bishops. And his idea is that after bishop takes, bishop, queen takes, and let's say just a random continuation, I don't know, like the knight can be, if you take the knight here, pawn takes, and okay, you have to move the knight again, and it's not so easy to, for example, knight d2, and it seems like this pawn can be weak, but you have different options. You have, so first to defend like this, or even to play something like this, e5, which is a good option because actually now the main thing in this position is that the white king is still in the center and black's king is castled, so it looks logical to open the center when the opponent's king is still there. Okay, in any position that you will judge, the first element of any position is the king, security of the king. So if one king is not so secure, then it's the main element, and then that's how you should play. You should, if the king or opponent's king is in the center, you should open the center. So there was this another world champion, Mikhail Tal, which is probably the greatest attacking players among world champions. He just always said like, so far as my opponent's king is in the center, this is my only target. I just only think about this. So okay, in this moment it looks logical. If white takes here, then you take here, and okay, suddenly some problems are created. So white doesn't want to take, and okay, to make it quick, let's say you protect the knight so your pawn structure doesn't feel damaged. Then after knight takes, rook takes, and then basically you will prepare something like pawn c6, just play some moves, knight d7, and you are ready to strike with e5, which afterwards will open up the diagonal for your bishop. So in any case, every variation of the Queen's Gambit should be chosen in regard of this bishop, which is the problem piece in this opening. So now after the move in the game, which was knight b d7, okay, e3 was played, and now c6 immediately. Okay. Now white is thinking for some minutes, so I don't know if there's any any idea behind not castling immediately. So on first glance, it looks like okay, black is just creating more problems for her bishop, but actually, okay, it's part of a plan again to open up, like probably in the future will happen something like an exchange here. For example, oh, she played c5. Okay, I think the main idea was that after bishop d3, for example, you just castle. Okay, castle. And after you use this d takes, and again, this exchange of pieces, like you want to find room for your pieces as black. And after you are ready to strike, like for example, I play this move, you just exchange this one, and again e5, and you open up this bishop. Okay, so it's always the same thing with the same problem. So with her move, c5, okay. So white is getting some more space on the queen side, and the pawn structure now is very fixed. So as always, when the pawn structures are like fixed now, how it is, the first thing you should look at is the pawn levers. Like, it will be the best way to open up and try to find some weakness in the opponent's position. So white basically has two pawn levers, which are playing for e4, okay, or playing for b4, b5. This is the only way to improve the position. The first b4, b5 will have the intention to take on c6 later, and then the pawn on c6 after it recaptures maybe will be a little bit weak, or queen can come to a4 to attack it a little bit more. The b line will be open for the rook. Okay, so just trying to open up the queen side where you think you can have some attacking chances, so logical. The other one, e4, is also possible. The thing is, it's more double-edged, let's say, because after an exchange on e4, okay, e4 will be played after preparation, of course. After exchanges on e4, then what will happen? I just play some random moves again, just to, oh, after c5, sorry, yeah, let's say castle, okay, just random moves, bishop d3 or bishop e2, okay, no, sorry, bishop d3 is more logical. And white is ready to play e4, so let's say rook e8 and e4, okay, no matter what, okay, here, and something like this. So what will happen? White, of course, still has more space in the center, thanks to those pawns, here and here. This square can be potentially attractive for white. Basically, if they could put a knight, it's fantastic. A knight on the 6th rank is always great. Like they called it the knight on the 6th rank, or on the 3rd rank if it's a black knight. It's called an octopus knight, like octopus because it has like a lot of arms, and it can reach basically all parts of the board. Imagine a knight on d6 He can attack the queen side, the king side. He can come back, can attack the rook, the bishop. So basically, it's a nightmare. A knight on the 6th rank is worth more than a rook usually. So of course, now it's not possible. The bishop on e7 will take care of this. But okay, this square is potentially soft. Okay, but okay, in exchange, there's this nice square on d5, also for black pieces. So okay, you gain a square, but you lose one, and the d4 pawn can be weak in the long term. Might be weak. Now it doesn't look weak, but it might be weak because it's a backward pawn, like it cannot be protected by another white pawn, and it's on an open file. So okay, potentially weak. So this trade-off is okay, more double-edged, but still interesting, of course. For black, now from black's point of view, well, the levers are almost the same. So she can play for e5 in the center or b6 on the queen side. Okay. Both levers will have the benefits of taking care of this piece. Like in some way, will open up some diagonals for this bishop. Of course, both are very interesting. But basically, if black can play for e5, it looks very good. You know, it's the good reaction to get some play in the center looks very good. But b6, why not? b6, b4, a5, something like this can also be played. So now probably black is looking to decide which plan fits best. Maybe a castle first should be a good move, but if b6, b4, if she tries b6 and something like this, b4 and a5, well, if she decides to open up on this side, this is what she should play. Not immediately. I think she should castle first. But, okay. Oh, she plays b5. That's interesting. So she wants to clamp on the queen side. Okay, that's an interesting decision. So I guess the idea is that if white plays b4, then maybe she can strike with a5. Might be a possibility. Then if the queen side is blocked, then really it becomes like the first one to strike in the center, which will give it the advantage. The problem is that if she cannot strike in the center, then the c8 bishop might end up not so good. But okay, interesting. b5. So what are the options now? I remember a game where it was a game of Steinitz, the first world champion, against Lasker, but the difference was that the bishop was on f4 in this game. So of course, with this structure in mind, the bishop on f4 is much better placed. But okay, interesting developments there. It's not so usual. So basically now white should decide if she takes en passant with cb, or just continue b4 and try a4 or something. But with cb, black has a choice. If she plays queen b6, then the b2 pawn is attacked and c5 might come. So she decided to block. And b4, okay. So it will be a maneuvering battle, it seems. So now basically it all depends for black if she can strike with e5. Otherwise she will probably suffer from lack of space. Because if she cannot have e5 coming, then the bishop on c8 will be not in the best shape. So let's see what will come out of this. Is there any moves? No, not yet. I think a5 should be logical now, or I'm expecting a5 or castle, but okay. Maybe castle, white can get a4 first, but okay. The white king is still in the center, so first you think about developing before doing anything. So I think probably it's a position that neither side was expecting, because it's not very common really compared to the more usual way of handling it. So we'll see more who has more experience and more understanding of the structures. I would say what, a5, a3, probably a5, yeah. Just force a3, and then at least with black you have you are the one choosing here. You are the one choosing when you want to open up on b4, or if you want to keep it. So it's very tricky for the opponent how to handle this, because basically the tension between the pawns, it's very important to be the one who has the greater advantage about it, and you should really release the tension when you feel like you have a big advantage and you gain something really. Otherwise, you should keep pawn tensions or more. So I think a5 should be okay, and after a3, there's castle, I would say. And I'm expecting some normal moves after this. Castle, bishop d3, and I don't know, something like this. And it will be a game. Not sure how black will arrange e5. Because right now e5 looks premature. I think you can take just, and my idea was that, I don't know, if you just do this and this, and then you can take it back, of course it would be great. But of course white will not be, this is the position that black would like to have, of course. Then you take back the e5 pawn, and then your bishop plays, and you have advantage suddenly in the center, and you know this position will be, oh sorry, castle is better, and knight takes e5. This is a dream position for black suddenly. But of course here white can simply refuse the exchange, and then it's just a pawn up. That's just the e5 pawn cannot be taken back, so it doesn't work. Yeah, okay. Or you have h4 also, okay, which can be played, but bishop f4 is just very simple. So yeah, a5 was played. I think it's very normal. Not with the intention of taking on b4 straight away, but just to keep the tension and be the one to choose when to exchange or not to exchange. A3 should be played, I guess, now, just to keep the pawn structure. And again, the question will be decided by who will strike with the e-pawn. But white definitely has a space advantage, so It's not a like terrible advantage, but still something more makes the position easier to play because you have more room for your pieces. Like the bishop c8 again can be an annoying piece. And yeah, she played a3. Yeah, and the problem is that, okay, one move to prepare e5 would be queen c7, but you can always play bishop f4, and okay, then you have to leave with the queen, and that's this square you cannot control enough. So there's no good way to prepare. Maybe if you try to exchange the bishops in some other ways, like something like knight h5, or like the Lasker variation before, like you want to exchange those bishops, not because this bishop is worth less than this one, but because you need some room for your queen here, and then the queen you can start pushing this e5 when you really need to play e5 in this position. So I don't know, maybe now or h6 first. I'm not sure exactly what the is there any difference? Maybe castles. Okay, let's say castle cannot be bad. Bishop d3 looks okay. And then thinking like, should I put h6? And so my intention is that after bishop h4, then okay, knight h5. Of course, putting a knight like this on the, we say knights on the ring are dim, but this one will come back soon on f6, and it's just because then if the bishop goes back, then you can exchange it, and at least after you can use your bishop. I don't know, bishop f6 and e5, something like this. If it's like this, maybe you can take now or wait a little bit. Not if you want white castles first, and then when you take h takes, and at least there's no rook on the h file. Or you can take now and take back always towards the center, of course, and something like this, and again maybe e5 can be an idea, at least. Yeah, for black is just really the only option, I feel. So, and if the bishop exchange, then queen takes, and again you are ready for e5, maybe. Or maybe you have some specific problem with knight e5 in this one. Oh, maybe I'm wondering if knight e5, because suddenly you have this knight is attacked, so I'm not sure. No, it looks okay. I think you should just, sorry, you just take and queen g5, and it's very risky, but now at least you have this double attack. If you can take this one, then after the knight at least can you come back. Okay, this is just like it becomes very concrete, but looks okay for black. At least I don't see anything. Yeah, looks good for black. Okay, concretely, after, of course, it's all very concrete, but the idea is that you should find a way for black to push the e5, the e6 pawn to e5. So yeah, again, in this type of, when the pawn chains are like this locked up, then it's really all about the pawn levers. Yeah, so it's just about this you should find. So okay, black has this one, and now it's a question of white will probably try at some point to do this, and black to do this one. So I'm not sure if there's any move played, not yet. Yeah. Maybe she's thinking if she can do this before castling, or I don't know. I don't see any other idea really. I don't see any other way to play really for black, because if you don't do this, your bishop and rook, or rook is okay, you can always open the file, but the bishop on c8, how can you use it? I mean, there's no other way to use this one. So. And the next moves for white are easy to play: bishop d3, castles, and then you prepare e4, and then you just enjoy your space advantage. So yeah. Okay, she castled, yeah, so it looks logical. So now I'm expecting bishop d3. Looks logical because, okay, active, the bishop will point at the king side, so always good. And okay, the square e4 now, of course, it's important to control. If you want to push later e4, or in any case, just control this square. The knight cannot come. So bishop d3 looks very natural. I'm not expecting any other move now. Yeah. So again, about this this queen's gambit decline position. Okay, this structure can happen sometime, but usually with black, you just b5. You don't play b5 so quick. Usually, you will play b6 first if you come back a couple of moves. Here, mostly you will play b6. You know, with pawns, you always have to be very careful because you cannot go back. So mostly you will first play b6, and at least if you want to play b6, then later you have the possibility after this, and let's say this, you have this possibility to exchange this bishop like this. So once you remove your problem piece, if there are no tactical points, like tactical problems, of course, again, chess is ideas, but it's still a very concrete game. So sometimes you just have a good idea positionally, like strategically, it's very fine. But if it doesn't work tactically, then okay, this is the most important. So, but this is the idea. You should prepare it. But okay, with this pawn on b6, at least you have this option to play bishop a6, and it's a very common idea. And after, of course, black's position looks a little bit like freer now. Yeah, more freedom for the pieces. So I would be more like, yeah, b6 looks. I think b5 is a little bit too committal. Yeah, I really think so. But okay, this is what was played: b4 and a5 and a3 and castle. Okay, so still no move for white. So yeah, about this queen's gambit decline, I think it's. I would recommend to anyone to study the games. These variations are like any variation about the queen's gambit, because it's a very classical way to play. As I said, a lot of world champions and great players from the past and present, they played this line. So many instructive games. Like, to me, it's very important to know about the history of chess, about the best games of the best players from the time, to learn from them. Because if you just follow the games of now, of today, the games of Carlsen, Caruana, and so on, of course, it's great games. They are great players and everything, but it's just difficult to really get them, to understand them. Like, really, it's just very difficult, because now it's just some computer game moves sometimes, and also usually it's not being explained like deeply by the players themselves. So at least with the classical games, the level might be less, but it's a lot more instructive, because the games were being explained by the champions themselves, usually in their books, in the best games collection, and by many other players after them. And also the thing is that when you play a game of Capablanca or Alekhine or this, usually they are much stronger than their opponents. So of course, their plans and ideas will be expressed very clearly because the opponents mostly they will get them too late. So it's very instructive to see the whole idea and the whole plan like applied. So now, if Carlton starts to make a move and a little plan, then of course Karana immediately will counter it, and so you don't get to see the plan really. Just being it's being prevented even before it really started. So okay, still, of course it's good to follow the today's games, but yeah, the history of chess for the it's much more instructive for any players who wants to improve really. And okay, this classical game, this Queen's Gambit and the Spanish opening, for example, Italian opening, Spanish opening after e4, e5, they have a lot of ideas, like very deep ideas, very interesting idea, essential ideas. And when I was younger, I was just very attracted by the games of Alekhine, because not only because he was well, let's say the only French world champion we have, as a French person, of course, but I was attracted to this, even though, of course, Alekhine was a Russian, but he had to move to France because of some circumstances. And so he was French and lived in Paris at the time he was a world champion. So actually, the town I live in, Nancy, also saw Alekhine. Alekhine came here to play a simultaneous display against many opponents. And recently, at my club, there's one person who brought the score sheet of the game. His grandfather played against Alekhine, so it was a very interesting moment. Just to see the score sheet with the signature of Alekhine on it. So yeah, I was fond of his games because they are really deep. They are like very active, and like he plays by the principle. You know, it's classical but full of dynamism, full of activity. So every piece is brought into the attack. I remember I was fascinated by the way that when he was attacking, he was not forgetting to bring any piece. You know, all the pieces were brought into the attack. Everybody was playing. Every time, this is what struck me in his games. And of course, his comments are very interesting. He was like very clear always. He's one of, to me, the best commentators. So if you have a book about the Alekhine's chess games, the best games written by him, just go and jump on it because it will be super instructive. And yeah, so of course, following the games of Alekhine, then I happened to study his match against Capablanca in 1927 in Argentina, when he defeated the near invincible Capablanca, which was at the time like, so it shouldn't happen. But he managed to beat him after good preparation. And okay, probably the Cuban grandmaster didn't expect like he would face any problem. But anyway, in this match, you have this type of position, this Queen's Gambit position, like I told you, like 80% of the time. So at first it might seem boring. Okay, it's not the most exciting positions, of course, but okay, when you see the games and everything, and the comments of also the comments of Kasparov about it, it's very instructive still. There's a lot of ideas. So I cannot recommend you like more, like just study the classics like the Spanish and the Queen's Gambit Decline first if you want to improve. Okay, so she played h3. So I think h3, the idea is to keep this bishop. She doesn't want to have this bishop exchanged, like was happening in the variations I showed. The thing is, it's still possible to exchange this because now the point is that you're not. Oh, okay, King h8 was played. Oh, this is weird. I think black missed something because if I'm not mistaken now, the fact that she didn't develop this bishop, so this square is available to the knight. Like the Lasker variation we had, which existed also. She could have played knight e4, I think. And then she can exchange some pieces. Because now two pieces are attacked, okay? Same, if knight takes, pawn takes, and again, two pieces are attacked. You can see that again, white is forced to exchange, queen takes, and it will be about the same. This knight has to move, it doesn't have so many squares, and this pawn can be protected many ways, but also this opening of the center, it's very similar to the position that I showed before. And I think black is very fine by this one. So, and even white don't take, bishop don't take, white doesn't take on the e4, sorry, queen takes. And now I think I prefer black position now, because if she defends, so she doesn't want to take the knight again, because d takes and after e5 is coming, and the king is still in the center. So, okay, if the center opens, then it's to black's advantage, obviously. But if you just protect the knight like this, now maybe a moment that you can open up here and say that now this file is belonging to black. So, okay. And if you want to protect it like this or this, I don't know. I think, yeah, here you cannot. Because then I exchange again, and this rook is hanging, so white cannot take back. So it seems like she has to defend it like this, but already it feels a little bit awkward. The queen is, white is already defending, so I don't know. I think, yeah, black is for choice here. I would say, because I don't know if she can strike with e5 now. I think it's the move I'm looking for, but e5, and again, black is what she wants, e5, and opening of the center, and okay, white's position doesn't look good here. Queen on c1, the piece is hanging, the king in the center. So I think black missed a good opportunity here to free the position in a very good way. So after h3, she played king h8, which is, okay, weird. Okay, she wants to put the knight on g8 to exchange here, but it's very passive, of course. When you can go to e4, then central square. Oh, knights belong on central squares, if possible, of course. But then now after bishop d3, which was played, then of course this move is more useful than this one. h3, at least it enables to keep the bishop, like when she comes back, then it has a safe home in h2 in case it's needed. Now knight e4 is not possible because this square is protected, and so she played knight g8. Yeah, but now of course no exchange, bishop f4. And I don't like black position here. Because look, the king h8 and knight g8 was doesn't look very impressive. She wanted to solve the right problem, the problem of wanted to exchange those bishops and push e5, but she didn't find a good way to do. Yeah, maybe. Was there any move played? No, not yet. I don't know if it's still possible to do something like knight h5 here. It was possible. At least the bishop, if he comes back here, you can still take it, maybe, although it's not. I think it was still better than what happened in the game. He had to go for knight h5 now, probably. Because after bishop takes and queen takes, at least you can maybe play e5, but you still lose some tempo, maybe, or not. Can I castle? And e5. I'm not sure it's working practically. I'm checking because this knight on h5 may be hanging, but maybe it looks okay. I mean, okay, white's good choice, but so if you take and take and take and take, and okay, you protect this knight, so okay, from the queen, you attack this one, the lead should be in order. Then black is okay, black is fine. Yeah, so was there any options here? Castle e5. If you start to look for things sharper, bishop takes, maybe it's too much, I don't know. Takes and takes. You just want to say that you have 2 pawns and maybe more, and there's this knight hanging, so you hope that maybe something will happen. Not sure, just a try, of course. Okay, doesn't have much choice for black. If the queen comes here, you have this fork, so loses more material. So okay, queen d8 is the only option. Queen is attacked, and then you control this square. And now it's a question if white can do something about this knight here or gain some more. It is a pawn on c6, maybe wants to push it. Looks dangerous still for black, I would say. I don't know if c6 straight away. No, really. First, you can take a third pawn. Okay, third pawn for a piece is already equal in numbers, but okay, if you want to keep good pawns, then maybe you can look for better. But already d takes is okay, it's fine, I think. 3 pawns, good. They're still center pawns, advanced pawns, and the knight on h5 cannot come back. Like, it cannot come back, so it's already, yeah, it's not good for black. Just like, yeah, you have, okay, the pawns could be more beautiful, but okay, still central pawns. This one is dangerous, and yeah, this knight cannot come back, so I mean, maybe you threaten to just take it. And in addition, here you might have some c6 coming also. I don't know about this one. If you want to take it clean, if you want to take this pawn clean with the knight, yeah, it looks very dangerous for black. So what to do? Castle, then you have to bring it back to f6. Probably first. And now you're threatening to play e5. Maybe, no. Of course, white is still better because, okay, maybe they can play rook e1 or something. Because just this bishop problem has not been solved yet. So just the position is around this, the space advantage for white and the c8 bishop for black. It's just about this. You have a bet, like Dr. Tarash said, like he was a German player from also the previous century, like late 19th century and early 20th century. He played a world championship match against Emanuel Lasker in 1908. And he was a player of great importance because while Steinitz can be called the first world champion, can be called the father of modern chess, because he was the first one to really, like as I said, to put the principles clearly. Like chess is not just about playing for checkmate. First you can gain the control of a weak square or the open file or the pawn structure is important, you know. Before that, they didn't care so much about this. But he really appreciated all these elements. But Tarrasch, let's say, is a more improved version of, was a more improved version of Steinitz still, because it, of course, he benefited from Steinitz teaching, and he brought it really clearly also in books. So it was very clear, and he had very catchphrases, a lot of catchphrases, like this one. He said, "One piece is stand badly, and the whole position falls apart." You know, it was like this. So, for example, you have a knight on the rim which is blocked, then all your position will suffer. It's always like this. Usually, players don't appreciate that if you have one bad piece, for example, which one it is, actually the whole position will suffer. Because look, for example, the c8 bishop, if it stays here, it's not only this one suffering, it's the rooks. They cannot connect very clearly, or they don't. Is annoying everybody, you know. So it's just it has side effect like a virus, you know. It just spreads over the position. So Tarrasch was the first one to bring it. So oh, I see a move. Oh, it looks like. So I think still this was the best chance for black here, because. Okay, king h8 I don't like, obviously, but at least I understood the idea of knight g8. It's like, okay, it's the follow-up, but still you should try knight h5. Still more active, and at least you will exchange the bishops here. So white cleverly didn't exchange the bishops, and now she played g5. Wow. So g5 is obviously very risky move, which I don't think can be really good. Not many, yeah. Just bring the bishop back. Now the king is very weakened, so well, it's very committal, and the white hasn't a castle yet, so she might be open to open up here in the future. Oof, I don't like g5, but I can understand that now black has problems to just find a plan, you know, of course. So yeah, it's very difficult to play. You can see also on the time on the clocks that it's not easy for black to find a plan here. So after bishop g3, which is very okay, just logical. What to do now with black? It's not easy to offer any advice. Let's try. Now even e5 will be, now opening the position will be difficult also, because now the king side is very weak. The castling position is very weak, so you don't want to open now even. I mean, it's more risky to do it. So not sure, can you go like f5 and try to claim some space at least, like preventing any opening of the center, and just try to take some squares here, you know. Obviously very risky, but once you play g5, maybe okay, maybe you can play f5. And this kind of structure is called the Stonewall structure. Yeah. Well, obviously, sort of, yeah. Okay, so the name's meaning that it's very solid, Stonewall. But this can be called, I don't know, an expanded Stonewall. So at least it's very solid. So it will ask for white to be careful how to break it. Yeah, it will take some time for white to break it. I think f5 is maybe interesting. What else? Because if you don't do anything special, then okay, white will just maybe castle and e4, play e4 at some point. And opening position will of course favor the one with more space, because when you have more space, your pieces can maneuver much better, obviously. So when the position, the center opens, then you will be the one, the favorite. And also now, of course, the castling position, the king side of black, the king is very weak, so yeah. So maybe f5. Yeah, I can see some, I don't know, maybe some knight h6 plan to come to f5, just to replace this piece. Maybe it's an idea, I don't know. I don't know, from a practical point of view, maybe I would be tempted to play f5. At least you gain some space. You just control this square, so this lever is hard to manage, and so you get this square for your knight. Also, after you can try to, I don't know, first you need to protect this pawn before going this back here. But okay, if you can put a knight here, would be great. I don't know if you can really, but and then in the wildest dreams, you have your bishop can be doing like this, which is typical maneuver here or here. I don't know. Why not? At least some ideas. Okay, she chose knight h6, which is a decent option also. Yeah, like I mentioned, knight h6 was another idea to come to f5 with the knight. Which is okay. So obviously the position is favorable for white, but okay, it's still very, very, very solid, and no pieces exchanged yet, which is I'm not sure exactly which move is it, but we are getting close to somewhere between 12 and 15, I guess, and yeah, nothing exchanged. So I don't know if it fits the style of both players. I don't know their style better. I know Angie a little bit better, but okay, not so much. So I cannot really say well what her style preference is. Yeah, but this one you need to have a little bit of patience. So the first question for white now is, well, whether to castle or not. Yeah, she can castle or goes immediately before the knight comes to f5, try e4 maybe. That's what I was looking at. Just before the knight can complete his maneuver. But this, maybe this. And bishop b7, okay, it's not so nice. Well, what to do? You have to protect the c6 pawn, otherwise everything will fall. No, it's still not easy for white to really find anything convincing. Probably there's nothing still convincing, like a clear path to big advantage, but to like decisive advantage. But okay. Because in this position you might be angling for f5, f4, and shutting down the bishops and this bishop. Why not? At least you have some ideas. Oh, and of course this tactic will fail because you have this f5 intermediate move. Because first you can think like this bishop is hanging if you take it, and then of course this position is completely lost. All the queen side will fall apart. But yeah, I think you have this tactic f5 counter move, and probably now it's white who's losing something. So So e4, yeah, after e4, d takes, bishop take. Okay, taking is not like don't have to take, but even this position, I don't see any clear. Yeah, nothing very clear, I would say. Probably you should just castle, and but okay, if you castle, then yeah, or knight f5 always. Yeah, you can reroute the knight or f5, and I don't know, maybe f4 coming. Of course, white is better, but still, it's a game. It's complex, all pieces on the board, so everything to play for. The bishop on b7 makes a sad impression, of course. What to do? Or after e4, you might still play f5. If you don't want to take and allow this attack on c6 and the bishop forced to here, f5 may be an option. Probably it's what white is thinking about. e4 looks like a logical move, like the pawn lever you want to play, and before the black knight can come to f5, or the black pawn can come to f5, then you may feel like if you castle, you won't have a chance to play e4 because black might play f5. So at least you should consider it now, when it's still available. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Okay, obviously white needs to take. So this way it gives more option to black. Can play with the take with the pawn or with the knight. So okay, let's take this way. At least it forces, like this would drop the b pawn. Obviously this one is hanging, so at least forces the capture. And now what do we have? Again, you have this idea with black. Okay, not so completely clear. Okay, maybe bishop e5, but then okay, you can exchange the bishop at least, and you have okay. The position is free. It's more free for black. Okay, well, of course, very risky, but the king and the king side, but at least you're playing. So now it's a decision for white. That's why she's thinking for some time that whether or not to, I guess, whether or not to play e4. Again, a move like queen c2 with the idea to prevent, for example, knight f5. It doesn't prevent f5, but knight to f5. Kind of preventing, I'm not even sure, but okay, anyway, it runs into the simple a6b, and yeah, this rook now is not protected. So you can see the point of maintaining the tension always. When the tension is favoring you, in this case here it's black who is favored by the tension because she decides when to exchange, then it's her advantage to maintain the tension as long as possible. Because yeah, you see, if she had already exchanged everything on the rooks and everything, white wouldn't be bothered by it anymore. The queen could go anywhere after this. But by maintaining the tension, then the queen cannot come to c2 already because the rook is hanging. Okay, might create a little bit more problem. At least white needs to take care of this every time. Or like Nimzovich said, Avan Nimzovich, like also a very famous player from the past. He wrote 2 books called My System, or like important books. There are some very good elements on this, some elements which are outdated. Of course, it was written in the 1930s. So, but a very famous thinker of chess. And he said like how to translate it into English? The threat is stronger than executing the threat. Just threatening something is stronger than making the move. So in this case, better instead of taking, you just threaten to exchange, and it keeps the opponents busy about it. Oh, so white played a move here. Play bishop h2. Okay. Yeah. This was and chose bishop h2. So after coming to g3, she immediately goes back to h2, which might bring the question to whether she couldn't come to h2 first. Of course. So what's the idea? That she wants to she take into account the knight to f5, so she wants to do something about it. Maybe. Not sure. What's the idea now? To just anticipate knight f5, probably. If knight f5. And what she wants to push the pawn, or maybe her idea. The only way to use the bishop h2 is to play g4. Should be the justification for bishop h2. Like, so no big choice for black, I would say. Okay, knight h6 now is terrible. The knight doesn't have any square. Knight g7 also. Those squares are like the knight is terribly played. So you have to exchange it here. And after knight takes, pawn takes. What's happening here? White has to make a choice with the king, obviously. Because okay, both castling don't look so attractive. Now you play g4, okay, castling is possible, but okay, it doesn't look so attractive, obviously. Castling queenside neither, so maybe the king now is best in the center, like king to d2 or something. The king plays it here, and at least it's covered by this pawn structure better. Yeah, so one of those cases where the king is better in the center. They're finding exceptions to the rules here. But then, of course, the e4 advance now loses some its interest. Because if he doesn't play g4 with knight, if the idea is not to meet knight f5 with g4, then what? Just e4 or what? Maybe e4. There might be to play then the other one, e4. Well, okay, why not? Maybe it's e4. I think one of the two. She just wants to prevent knight takes bishop. So, and after d takes, bishop takes, let's say. And again, you have this this pawn on c6, which is attacked. And now you can not protect it with bishop b7 because maybe now it's working. Because you don't have this f5 like before to move the bishop away. Maybe it's her idea. Or is it working really? Yeah. Which means that here you have to play something like rook a6. Okay. Possible. Yeah, you see, because of this bishop, this rook has to be misplaced also. It's just like the one badly placed piece, like Tarash said, and it will affect the rest of the position. Still, the game is on, huh? But okay, white is for choice. Maybe e4 is a good idea, because in this one you don't have the f5 response, so you need to take, probably. And yeah, this position looks still attractive to black. Has to play rook a6 and even just castle, and this position looks very attractive to white. Just compare every piece. I mean, king is safer, bishops are better, obviously. Those two bishops, they don't have a lot of rooms, of course, especially this one. Okay, rooks. This one, it has to protect this pawn. Okay, the knights are actively placed. So, yeah, just to compare the bishops, the king position, and its weakness on c6. The space, as always, of course, is very favorable for white. Big advantage. I think this is probably her idea, because yeah, it looks clear. And g4, okay, this one is okay, possible, but feels like not so clear because you also weaken your king. So more double-edged, but e4 looks a good idea, and I guess it's her intention. So yeah, so black sensibly played f5. It's very good. Bishop h2 and f5. So this is the only choice, yeah. Knight f5 probably run into e4, so f5 is the good option. So well played by black. And now is the question, like, white cannot engineer e4. So what is she going to do about it? So f5, yeah, good reaction by black. And now telling white how you will improve. Okay, the question is also how black can move, but okay, at least you prevent immediate aggression and easy play from your opponent, so that's not so already something. The knight on h6 will be brought to f7, I guess. Looks like a good square, f7, because it takes care of course, the weak e5 square and takes care of this pawn. So okay, also this square. So this knight belongs now to f7 square, taking a lot of important squares under control. Then, if possible, you just, for example, castle, and if you can play knight f7, and then maybe you will try to get this knight like here and here. Of course, you have this super wonderful e4 square, so you just should use it. And see, important knight f7. Now you can put the knight here because it defends the g5 pawn. So yeah, I think obviously now with the pawn structure you have a very weak square here because it cannot be controlled by a pawn anymore. This is inherent of the Stonewall. Yeah, Stonewall. Like black is putting his pawns on white squares, all the white squares. So he's saying like black is saying, give me the white squares, I give you the dark squares in exchange. Yeah. So obviously this one is weak, but this one is a very good outpost. Although, okay, this one at least white can challenge it with a pawn. So it's not so stable, but still, yeah. F3 will weaken a little bit the king position. So what else? And those pawns, they control a lot of squares. So. there any other plan for white here? I'm not sure. Maybe at some point she can try to play like something like a4. Prepare. It's all about pawn levers again. With this structure, with the pawns blocked, it's all about find an opening with the pawn first. Yeah. So I'm thinking like a4 maybe. Playing for e4, a4. Sorry. Maybe something like the queen to b1. If you don't want to put your king first, castle, but at least at someday you should castle on it. Yeah, something you rarely get away with, so without, yeah. So, but then if you want to move the queen here, just of course you have to protect this one. Huh? If you put the queen somewhere else, then a b and this rook is hanging always. Sorry. So maybe something like queen b1. And the idea after castling, I think, you should castle someday, then to play a4 and open up this way. But okay, we'll open for black also. This bishop, maybe, but although, okay. I think it's a sensible plan for white, because still it feels like opening here will benefit them. The knight, those pieces are well placed. And this bishop is very strong, actually. It takes control of some squares. Oh, what did she play? g4. Whoa, okay. Very straightforward. Wow. Okay, so sensible too, you know. Of course, black shouldn't take on g4. Because if black takes and takes a second time, I think it will be some problems with the king now. You know, you just put the king in front of this rook, so might be some tactic. Yeah, bishop e5 is just lost. Bishop e5 check, and already this pawn will be taken by the rook. Next move, so it's a disaster. Obviously, you cannot open the lines in front of your king like this, so it doesn't look good to open the h file even. So you should just keep like this. What are the different reactions by black? He plays f4 to try to block this bishop. Also blocks this knight. But I don't like this so much. Maybe you can take. It's a very unusual position, I have to say. Maybe castles? Okay, it's still undercover. So it's not the best castling positions I've seen in my life, but still. Now you have this open e file, this weakness here. Of course, white is better. So probably black should keep it like this. Difficult to find a useful move. Should we want? It's again a kind of, you should keep the tension, because white don't want to take now, because then okay, it gives too many choice. Knight takes f5, for example, and still that file is open. Black doesn't want to take, white doesn't want to take now, so just keep the tension. you cannot come to f6 and e4 because this g5 pawn is hanging. So what to do? Hard decision. I'm not sure exactly what black should do in this position. It's hard to move anything. Like, okay, you can play bishop b7 or some kind of move, but to find a useful move is not so easy. It's a very unusual game, I have to say. It's not often that nothing is exchanged yet after so many moves. Okay, rook f7 was played, a kind of waiting move, I guess. Okay, but she took it's on principle the good decision to wait. Just waiting for, yeah, so at least it's correct from this point of view. And I have to say, okay, hey, rook f7, at least it frees some squares for the pieces, so it's not so good, so bad. Maybe next she wants to play the knight here. Yeah, knight here, something like this. I don't know. But, or queen here. Threatening to open the on the f file after, because this one looks a little bit soft now. So, okay, rook f7 is a decent move. Yeah. She took a good decision there. Now it's up to white to justify the g4. Because g4 now it's also for her, like for example, moving the queen becomes very difficult. Because this queen has to keep protection of this one in case black exchanges here, and now she has to take this one also to protect this one because black can open here, and in both cases the rooks attack the pieces. So okay, she needs to castling now is not so attractive for white, because then if you castle and the rook is not on the h file, then black may take on g4 now. There's no rook. So, rook f7. No. Is black really threatening to take on g4 now because she protects h7? Still looks dangerous, but I wouldn't take really. But I don't know. Even you gain a pawn, it's still very dangerous. But okay, is she really threatening to take? So now for white, what to do? If you play a knight to e5, then it will exchange pieces. So again, with white, you had more space. You had better pieces because black's pieces, the bishop, the knights, they don't have so much space. So if you exchange them, then okay, black is fine with this. Cannot move your queen. Okay, castle, no option. So you just play a random move. Let's say rook c1 or b1 or whatever, just to play a random move. I don't think black can really take anyway because we might have this one. And okay, you just take it. Oh, sorry. And you just take and okay. Obviously, the opening of this side will favor white because the king is very weak. White's king at least can go to the other side. Yeah, so with black, you're not threatening to take twice on g4 because now there's a tactic related to the rook. Okay, but you can't have everything. Anyway, it's very, very dangerous to take. So, but this rook is a good move. I like. Okay, black had a bad position, but at least now she's making the most of it. Like f5 is a very good idea. I mean, only idea. And after g4, then rook f7, just to sit and wait and just slightly improving the position. Even, yeah, freeing f8 square, protecting h7. Why not? And it's up to white to find a move, which is not so easy to do. Maybe bishop e5. Maybe this is a move. Because knight e5, as I said, I think you just want to provoking exchanges. And yeah, not sure it's a lot, really. Definitely, it's not what white wants. Exchanging more pieces and free black's position. So, but maybe doing it with the bishop, maybe smarter. Maybe smarter. The thing is, if you take, at least you gain some tempo with the knight, with the rook on a7. I'm not sure. I'm just trying ideas. Oh, she played the bishop check. Okay. Interesting. Oh, by the way, please forgive me if I miss some tactics or okay, some here in France it's -7 hours, so it's just 3 a.m. here now. So if I make any tactical mistake or something, okay, please forgive me about this. But so far I'm finding the moves of the girls, which is pretty reassuring, yeah, in some ways. Okay, so bishop, yeah, bishop e5 check. Probably you should take. Ah, no, you cannot take. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. Of course you cannot take. So king g8 or because bishop f6. Is there something on here? Yeah. There's this tactic, so which is what I liked about maybe. Oh, knight takes e5. Okay. Okay, so this is no tactic. Knight takes e5 simply. Okay. Yeah, so now she has a choice with this bishop f6 or just king g8. There's two moves possible, I would say. Yeah, of course. Yeah. First, when I offered bishop e5 check, I thought bishop f6 was not possible due to knight g5, and this rook is hanging, but knight takes. And if you take here, I just take it with this knight, so you cannot take it on the next move. So I gained 2 pieces for a rook and a pawn. Okay, and this material balance is occurs very often in practical games. Like, yeah, you have those two pieces, let's say bishop and a knight, or whatever, and then your opponent has a rook and a pawn. So just counting the points, it's equal. Let's say rook is 5 points plus pawn it's 6 points, and 2 pieces, light pieces, they are 6 also. But usually, of course, every rules have their exceptions, but in the middle game, usually you will favor the 2 pieces, because obviously, if they are coordinated well, then those 2 pieces, they can do much more than just a rook, a bishop and a knight. If you want to attack a king position, for example, you have 2 pieces against 1, just, but in the endings, usually the rook and the pawn, they are fare better, usually, especially if the pawn is passed, and because, in the ending, usually the rooks, they have more open files, and The risk on the king is less, and yeah, and the role of the pass pawn is of course stronger. Pass pawn, yeah, I remind you, is a pawn with a which can advance. It has nobody in sight in front of him. So yeah, in the endings, usually it's very balanced. That the two pieces and a rook. The rook is doing not so bad, but in the middle game usually uh, go for the two pieces. So here black has advantage because obviously it's middle game still. Queen's on and a lot of pieces left, and the kings are not safe. So yeah, so bishop f6 is possible. This is what she played, yeah, of course, and why not? She wants to exchange some pieces. She has less space, so she wants to exchange. So far black is doing all the good things, and the more I look at it, the more I think white advantage is dropping a little bit. Yeah. Will it be the first exchange of the game? I don't know. Maybe or we go for a record. I think the exchange of bishops is okay for black. I agree that it's like classically it is supposed to be the good bishop. Yeah, you know there's this story of the good bishop and bad bishops. Uh, it all depends on the pawn position in the center. So judging by this, this for black, if you see that your central pawns, and even here, okay, the pawns are on white square, so obviously this one is the bad bishop. In this case, might call it the terrible bishop, and this one should be the good bishop. So you shouldn't exchange your good bishop, yeah. And for black, it's supposed to be the opposite. The structure is here on dark squares, so this one is supposed to be the good one, and this one the bad one. But obviously, this one is not so bad because it's outside. It's not like black's c8 bishop. It's not here. So this one is not so bad, first of all. And yeah, second of all, here, what's more important is to exchange some pieces, the lack of space. So this one is a good bishop. This one, actually, on paper, it's a good bishop, but actually, if you look at it, doesn't have so many squares. Yeah, the white pawns here block him very well, and this one is blocking him. So okay, I think both black's bishop in these positions are bad. Yeah, and for white, their bishops are good. Yeah, this one is not a bad bishop at all. So so it makes sense to exchange this and to exchange these two bishops for black. Yeah, and also yeah, the thing like you have less space, so you want to exchange your the pieces. So yeah, I think over the last few moves, white made some not so good decisions. Uh, yeah, starting from here, okay, g5. Okay, this plan for black I don't like, obviously. Okay, what to do? Okay, she played this. Sorry, bishop d3. Bishop d3, where I'm getting lost in my devices. What was it? Yeah, she played king h8 here. Yeah, there was h3, and yeah, knight g8 was bishop f4. Okay, so this plan was not so good at all. And after g5, okay, bishop. So you might argue bishop h2 maybe, but bishop g3. There was knight h6 played. She played something. Oh yeah, she brought back. And yeah, so overall after this, black played quite well, I think. Yeah, she just played very well. Bishop h2 was not good. I think you have to play e4 in this position. You really have to play e4, I think. Okay, so bishop h2, and now black played, yeah, f5 was a good move. Yeah, and G4 again was maybe too much. I don't know. It's interesting, but maybe too much. Yeah, maybe queen. I don't know, castle or queen B1 to play for A4. G4 is very committal again. Was very committal again. Rook F7, a good waiting move, and also okay to improve the pieces a bit. And now bishop E5, check, bishop M6. So all good for Black's point of view. And now she retreated to G3. Okay, so it looks like very reasonable that she wants to keep the pieces. Yeah, that's it. Still, looks like Black doesn't make such a good impression. So we have a game. Yeah. Now the question is whether Black wants to take on G4. I think it's always dangerous, but yeah, it looks dangerous still to take on G4. But at least now it doesn't lose anything. But yeah, what happens if you take? Take. Of course, it's very dangerous. And you just open up this file. It's weak. Okay. So you get a pawn for it, but still, yeah. I don't know, some queen somewhere. I want to put the queen here or here. I don't know. And just pressure this one. But okay, it's just not clear because you can defend it, and it's very double-edged. It's like Black's king is in danger, but White's king is not like super safe also. And it's a pawn. So now the question is open. What are the options except like accepting the pawn? If she doesn't take it, what to do? He's playing for e5 crazy. I'm thinking about queen e8. Again, angling for the old e5 that we're trying to make it work since the beginning of the game. Okay, it's very, very messy, obviously. You know, as you can expect from a position with all pieces on the board and unsafe kings everywhere. So that's why I'm thinking about queen e8. But because this king also doesn't have such good squares. Like if you castle, then you can take on g4 twice. And okay, now it's not so clear. And if you don't do anything, then e5 is coming. Opening up the center, just the old classical rule. Like the white king is still in the center, so oh, rook g7. She wants to improve the knight, probably, or what? Rook g7. Okay, what's the idea about this? Not sure yet. Maybe she was afraid of some h4 by white or something like this. I don't know. She wants to. Because my first impression is that she wants to bring the knight back to f7, but still it will drop the pawn on f5, so she cannot do this straight away, it seems. I'm not sure what's her idea with this move. Not sure. Must be an idea, just I didn't get it. Yep. Maybe it's just something related that she feared about h4 IDs by white. I don't know. So she wants to keep some control on the g file. Not sure. I think just the idea. Maybe it's just to bring the knight back, to be able to bring the knight back after another preparation, like knight f8, maybe to protect this one. You need to do something about this. Oh, she just wants to take twice on g4. It looks like will be dangerous anyway. Maybe it's about this. She wants to take and, like, I don't know, I play some random move. Again, you shouldn't play random moves, but just to illustrate the variation, like you play something like this, and then she takes, and just like knight takes can be met by rook takes, and defending, protecting the knight, e4, but still, so it's always quite dangerous. And besides, rook b1 is of course not the most appropriate move. Yeah. Now it becomes a hot position to play for both sides. It's not easy to find some ideas. What can white do now? More constructive than my rook move. And what to do with the king also. I think the king now should go to d2. This king should stay in the center because it can open up anytime on the king side and on the queen side. So central is still like the most appropriate place, maybe. I don't know. Maybe the move queen b1 looks like a good idea. I don't know. This at least is more constructive in a way that keeps, of course, control of the defense of this rook. It creates some pressure here. Yeah. So it discouraged really a black to take on g4 and take that pawn. And in the future, it might prepare some a4, although now it's getting... Okay, it's another idea now that it can open up anywhere, so a4 is also very dangerous. But it might be like a multi-purpose move, like queen b1, you just... Useful move, yeah, but I don't see anything like more useful at the moment. Yeah. Looking for different options? I don't know. What can it be? King d2 straight away, maybe, to put the king here. But okay, I think better wait a little bit more. Might be more useful to wait. Okay, another idea. Okay. still possible to put the king like this, but keeping the rook on h1 just in case it opens up. It opens up on the h5. Might still be possible, but okay, I don't know. Sometimes in this type of position, you should look for the badly placed piece. On the white part, maybe this knight now is not doing so much. I will put it in red because I say it's not doing so much. How to improve it, like this always in this blocked position, you have those pawn levers, obviously. You should always check which structure you are playing for. You have those questions like which pieces you want to exchange, which pieces you want to keep, and improving the worst piece, like the piece which now doesn't do a lot. So let's see from white's perspective. The pawn structure you want is hard to say actually. The pawn levers are gone, like you use most of them. A4 is very tricky, so maybe A4 in the future, but difficult to say. The exchange as well, you want no exchange actually. You don't want exchanges with white because you have a tiny bit more, but your pieces are more room. Yeah, like okay, this one is still bad and this one still not so great. So you don't want exchanges basically. Yeah, so the improving the piece. Okay, the king I want to improve, but it's the hard to castle any side, so maybe the king will stay there. Okay, this king f1, king g2, but so this knight on c3, but where to go with the knight? Should find some juicy squares for it, like a e5, d6, h5 maybe, and then find a road, right? Like something you can accomplish, yeah, not something just like a dream. So I'm thinking some moves like this, oh sorry, here, this and this. I don't know, just dreaming a bit. You just need to move your bishop somewhere to d6, knight e2, knight g3, knight h5, something like this, maybe. Just trying to improve the knight. Because on t3 now it's not doing so much. So just some ideas, but here it's really not yet about tactics. Yeah, like once one player starts to exchange a takes b4 or g takes f5 or h4, then the game will open up and then it will become very tactical. But now it doesn't seem like a threat from either side, so it's more about general thinking strategy here. So just usually in positional play, it's in strategy you just think about general questions like improve the worst piece, for example. Define the structure, exchanges some pieces, which exchanges are good for you and bad, which ones are bad for you. Of course, you will make this before you check that there's no tactics there. But once you check this, then it's about those questions. So maybe, okay, my moves, like some ideas like queen b1, just a general move, useful move maybe. Knight e2 with this idea that this knight is not so well placed. Not defining the king yet because now it's difficult to say where is this place. So the one annoying point for white is this tension here, that every time black will threaten to take, so the queen has to keep an eye on the rook. For black, what can we say about black? I don't see a way to okay, again, the problem piece, the c8 bishop, so what to do with it? If I'm black, I want to first let's make sure that I cannot gain something from this capture, but okay, it looks risky. Then, of course, I know that the exchanges mostly they're okay for me. I'm fine with this. So I want to improve those pieces, which obviously are not like really well placed. This one cannot move yet because it's protecting this one. So maybe an idea is first to play this one to here. So the bishop can protect this one and after can move this knight. Or after, if you dream a little bit, you can make this bishop maneuver, like a kind of snake maneuver. There's an opening called the snake, and it's the bishops. It's not this one, but it's the other bishop who makes such a dance, a little bit like a snake type of movement. So if you think like this bishop, you can bring it here. It's not so bad. Suddenly, not so easy to do still, but okay. At least this one possibility. Otherwise, I don't see what you can do. I think knight f8 should be a move, or queen e8 also. Okay, she played knight queen e8. I was thinking about still playing some e5. Yeah, still this. Okay, it's more double-edged, obviously, but okay, some ideas. Yeah. Knight h2. Okay, so she's worrying about this g4 pawn, but don't like this so much. I really don't like this because how is she handling the bishop on g3? No? I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's a big mistake. Knight h2. What is she going to do against f4? What's her idea? Bishop is trapped, so she needs to take. And now bishop takes d4, and suddenly it's getting very tricky for white. Sorry. I think the position is crumbling. Okay, now suddenly this. I mean, those pieces are terrible now. You have this threat here. Suddenly it's becoming very tricky. Now black can suddenly threaten to play queen f6 and adding pressure on the loose pieces. Yeah, I think knight h2 is I think it's a big mistake after f4. Just checking I have I got the position right, so I'm just comparing. Yeah, I think it's the good position. So yeah, f4 looks super strong for black. Now I think knight h2 is a blunder. You can feel it's a blunder even if it's not even there's no f4. Imagine there would be no f4 moves in a strike in this position, then knight h2 is not like an active move, positive move, you know. It's just like you start protecting and put the knight on the rim again. So it doesn't look very good, very healthy move. You know, you're just putting the knight on the bad square, you're just blocking your rook along the h-file, removing it from the center. So it's not a healthy move. So this type of move, I would say you shouldn't contemplate. She missed it. She played knight f8. I think f4 was crushing, really, literally crushing. Okay, knight f8. Game still on. I don't know if in the meantime white realized that he escaped something. So now she has to do something about f4. Really, like she cannot ignore it again. So two moves come to mind. Well, knight e2, of course. At least you just take control of this square and protect this pawn, and remove the knight from potential danger, or going back to f3 with the knight, and say like, okay, I made a mistake, and at least now maybe I can go to e5 Now your knight left the square. It's not so easy usually during a game, uh, especially this type of game where it's pretty much very slow game. So you're just concentrating on maneuvering your pieces, find good squares, like more like general ideas. And yeah, to suddenly feel like when there's a strike, a tactical strike, sometimes out of nowhere, just a tactical strike, and you should be alert to it. But it's very difficult because, of course, it's not like when you are like someone is giving you tactical exercises to solve. You know something is to be found, but in a game, there's no, yeah, you just don't know. So this is the point, like strong players, they have this sense, like they feel when something is wrong. In this case, you should feel like knight h2 is not a good move, so maybe there's something, you just look for something, because knight h2 looks like a little bit weird, and yeah, white pieces are uncoordinated. The knight on f3 was controlling like very important squares, so it might be a time to strike in the center on the dark squares. And yeah, so after you look for something, and sometimes there's nothing, but at least, yeah, you just make sure to look for it. Another thing to be sure not to miss this f4 moves is just to, like, you can have start any position with a random checking of what we call the direct moves. Yeah, a direct move is either a check or a capture, or a move which threatens something, attacks something, for example, threatens something. So in this moment, yeah, if you are black here, like randomly checking, even you don't feel like knight h2 is weird, whatever, you just make a random check. So there's no check immediately moves that make the attack the white king. So this, okay, the captures, you should check this one, okay, knight takes obviously is less attractive, so you should just check, even if you just look for it and look at it, and hey, it just takes a few seconds to see, okay, doesn't bring me anything, so okay, at least you just looked at it. And the moves which threaten something, so in this moment you don't have so many actually, but f4 is one, maybe it's the only move which threatens something. So you have a look at f4. If it's bad, then okay, it will take you like 20 seconds to find that it's bad. It's not such a big deal. But if it's good, it's really good. So those 20 seconds, even if they are lost, okay, they are worth it, because if the direct move is, if it's a good move, usually it's a very strong move. So this is one technique that usually all players will apply, like almost subconsciously. Like, yeah, they will randomly check all the direct moves. Checking the opponent's king, the moves which exchange something, or the moves which threaten something, attack something in your position. At least you make sure that you don't miss anything big, usually. So, yeah, she should have made this made this checking. So knight f8 was the move that she planned, and okay, brings me to mind like there was a one world championship match, Carlsen against Anand. It was a few years ago, and in one game, Carlsen made a blunder. He put his king on the wrong position, which allowed a cute tactical shot by Anand. And of course, Anand was not expecting in this moment, at this level, you don't expect someone to blunder to a simple tactic. Um, so in this, it was a position when, okay, it's ending position. So Anand just didn't expect it. So he was not looking for it, and he just, you can see on the video, Carlsen played his move and immediately realized he blundered something. He should have should lose 2 points, 2 points. So, okay, he tried to keep his cool, but Anand didn't really check. He didn't have this direct move checking. He just played his intended move and went on with it. And after realized that he missed something. So even at the highest level, it can happen. So okay, but Yeah, just make this checking every time. Just takes a few seconds, and the reward might be good. So that said, you don't play knight f8. You don't play f4. Knight f8 is still a decent move, obviously. Um, yeah, so I'm expecting a knight move from white, knight e2 or knight f3, just to protect this pawn, because now, I mean, the threat is still to come with f4. You can see that now on the clock it's becoming more even. In the beginning, the first moves, white had like a big advantage in time. Now it's getting more close. So I don't know. Maybe she realized that this f4 by black was is really annoying, very dangerous. Uh, yeah, yeah. I think any knight move. If if she's afraid of the g4 pawn, then she should play knight e2 at least. No, the other ways. Mm. Let's say knight e2. Okay, then what would be the follow-up for black after knight e2? First thing I want to do now is maybe put the rook there. Who knows? Yeah, why not? Rook g to a7. Because now you're really threatening a takes b4. Yeah, something like this. You see the power of maintaining the tension now. It's really annoying to white. They don't want to take on a5 because okay, you have two. You can take with the queen and check, or with the rook, and then this one is terribly weak. So of course white doesn't want this at all. So I think this threat on the rook, sorry, on the a1 rook is such that you have to leave. And now, for example, you just take, and yeah, this file belongs to black, which is quite something. Looks like a good way for black. Uh, I think this is what I would play against 92. I would go and double on the on the A file and open it, telling white like you don't find anything to do on the king side. You missed your chance to play e4 in the center. Now it's my turn to take advantage of my pawn lever on the queen side with AB. So A takes b4 and opening the A file. So, and I like black in this moment. So is knight f3 a better option? Maybe knight f3 is better in the sense that at least you take advantage of the e5 square. Now, knight f8 releases the control of the e5 square, so you can just maybe try to use it. But again, I would be tempted to play rook rook ja7. I don't know. Suddenly, I like black here. I just like black because yeah, you just have control of here. You just threaten to take whenever you want, and okay, your knight, if needed, has some good squares here. Your bishop can come here, and who knows, maybe here and somewhere. I don't know. And white, it's not easy to know what to do. maybe to take advantage of the knight f3, you should hope on e5, but then just bishop d7, protecting c6 in a convenient way, and of course you don't want to exchange this knight for this bishop. Not a good piece for black. Yeah, I think black is fine here. I like black's position now. So I'm curious what white will do now, because first, if she realized that f4 was coming, it could have come before, and yeah, how will she adjust? Because the knight on h2 is just terrible. So it's no wonder that she has a big think now. Still no moves played now, I thought. Yeah, I don't see any other move than knight f3 or knight e2 to cover the square. So. Maybe she can try castling? I don't know. Thinking like f4 now, okay, at least when f4 is coming, now you can take, because oh, sorry, here f4, now you can probably take, and maybe take here, because your king is not in the center anymore, so this take doesn't come with a check. So maybe, yeah, this is possible. So castle is a way to anticipate, maybe f4, but I don't like it. I don't know. Just maybe you can double still on the a file, or even bring your knight to g6. I don't know. It feels like if white castles, then all the trumps are in black's hand. So I don't find a particularly good solution to white's problems now. It's not like the white's position is much worse, but it's just like you don't know what to do. And on the other hand, you know how to improve black's position. And as Bent Lawson said, like a famous Danish grandmaster, it was one of the best players in the world in the 1960s, 70s. He said, like, when black is equalizing, then he's already a little better. It's to say that the trend is shifting. So usually in any opening or position, you can think like when black is suddenly equalizes, may think like he's already slightly better. Yeah, I don't see any other way for white. So I'm really curious to see what she will play, but I can feel like she's struggling to find something. A very interesting game. And from black's perspective, it's really like there are two games. Like the first 10 moves were 10, I don't know, 10 to 12 moves were not so great, but the rest, after she handled the position well, I feel. And from white's perspective, yeah, once she got this advantage in space, and black played this king h8, knight g8, and g5, then she started to lose the thread a little bit. So far she doesn't know what to do exactly, because it's psychologically difficult also. If when the opponent play some moves like you feel are not so good, then in your deep inside you feel like you need to punish them. There should be a way to punish. Chess is a logical game, so yeah, when someone does something not good, you should be able to punish, but sometimes it's not so easy. Or sometimes the punishment is not so big as you're expecting. So yeah, I think maybe our G4 ID was not necessary, let's say. Just playing central E4, like we saw some variation with castle and E4, where was quite sufficient. Yeah, something you can learn from the games of also the players from the past, like Capablanca, Rubinstein, like some players I like a lot also, is the way they play very simple chess. Like, of course, simple is doesn't mean it's easy to do, but after you realize that okay, their thinking is clear and they don't play irrational moves usually. They just play very correct moves, natural move, and yeah. So for some reason, it's very hard to reproduce because we always have some creepy ideas during games. You always think like, oh, I know this rule, but this time might be the moment that there's an exception to the rule. Seems to work. Usually not. So, so yeah, now she's struggling finding a move. I'm trying to look for other ideas for white. Yeah, not so easy. Yeah. So while white is thinking, I'm oh, is she playing? Taking the opportunity, if I didn't do so before, to thank Miss Gao to give me the chance to commentate on the game. Um, yeah, as I said, for me, I really like Taiwan, of course, because well, my wife is Taiwanese, so we often go, and every time have a great time there. People are very nice. Food is excellent too, and yeah, we have the opportunity to meet some people from chess circles. So in Taichung, there's a Craig, of course, Angie playing here, and last time, so we met Miss Gao in Kaohsiung, and that's when we had she offered this possibility to commentate on the game, which of course uh, I accepted because to me chess should be developed more and more in Taiwan. So far, it's not developed as well as much as it should. I think there's a great potential in Taiwan for chess. Really, I really think so. And yeah, so we should make use of it. So okay, if I can help from as much as I can, then I will be gladly doing so. But yeah, it's something I really hope like uh, Taiwanese chess grows more and more. Um, so I'm happy to see, for example, this yeah second year in a row this competition with women competition. So it's very interesting. Um, some of them, some from the competition, I know at least one of them. I knew she was playing in the Olympiads, last Olympiad, for the team of Taiwan. I think she got to the semifinals. If I saw it well, the results. So this one I knew. Yeah, during Olympiads, I've had the chance to coach the team of Luxembourg in the last two Olympiads. In 2016 was in Azerbaijan, and in 2018 it was in Batumi, Georgia. Um, and so yeah, I will be able to do so next year again in 2020 in Olympiads it's in Siberia, Russia. So it will be great again. It's a great experience there. It's just the best competition in the whole year because everybody's there. Yeah, you can see everybody. All the players in the world, they're just standing next to you. You can go to watch their game. You have Carlsen. Okay, he didn't play last year, but he played in 2016, so it was funny to just go next to him and just watch his game and everybody. So it's fantastic opportunity, and in this competition I always, of course, well, first check the results of my team, obviously following my team of Luxembourg, but after I will take a look at the results of the French team and Taiwanese team as well. So it's funny to watch. I see that the Taiwanese guys are improving a lot, especially now there's a recent IM and soon GM, I guess, Raymond Song, um, and many others behind, they are like a good players and will become can become strong in the future. So some potential for sure, and women as well, as I see from this competition. So a lot to be made. Yeah. So yeah, White, as I can see, still hasn't played. Mm, really getting into a tank here. What to do? Yeah, I don't know anything about. Yeah, castle doesn't. I don't like castlings. Well, now castling usually it's a good move, but now this moment I don't like it. So any knight move, yeah, knight f3, knight a2, knight e2. Sorry, I don't see anything else really. Knight f3 maybe. Maybe knight f3. Just admitting the mistake. Okay, well, not so bad now to admit one's mistake. Not so, knight f3, just correcting, controlling the central squares, which are so important, and after, for example, so we said knight f3, maybe rook j a7, and now what? I think you should leave rook b1 or rook c1. Maybe black can open up for the rooks, and again, you should find a square for this king place because here no, it won't be safe. So most likely, better is to do this by hand, castle by hand, a little bit, kind of, because you still want your rook to be on the h file, so that black can never take this pawn on g4. But obviously, black can put a knight on g6, and okay, with eyes on those squares. I mean, it's still balanced, but I would take black. More possibilities. The moves are more obvious. So it's always a question of the bad pieces. Here it's very urgent that it's a black, the white king. I don't know, looks like a logical follow-up. Maybe she can find another idea. I don't know which move. I think we should get soon about the 20th move, and so there's not a lot of time left. Okay, you have 30 seconds for each move, but still, because the game hasn't opened up yet, so you will need more time for later stage when it will get more complex, become more tactical. Hmm. Now I'm thinking about the idea of taking on a5 and put a knight, but it looks terrible. So I will stop looking at this. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what white should do here except what I just said. Hmm. At least I don't see any other idea. Okay. No. But now she's been thinking for like at least 20 minutes or more. This about time management, okay, of course it's not an easy decision to take for her, but usually the more you will think about a move, like when you think more like more than 15 minutes, let's say, about a move, usually will end up being not so good. Um, let's say even it's a big decision to take, critical moment, you should take 10, 12 minutes, like it's already a lot. Like you will realize that usually you will end up playing the moves that you already saw in the first moments, like the first few minutes. You will just end up like for 20 minutes, maybe she will just repeat the same variations or getting lost or um, yeah, usually you're not calculating new stuffs for 20 minutes. So yeah, it's just too much. Like practical play makes you like you should move. Uh, really, I think 15 minutes is a. It depends, of course, if the position is tactically very complex, then okay, there are loads of things to calculate, but it's not the case here. So you just need to handle f4. You just need to handle this threat. Yeah, and just find a way to do something. So you have this problem pieces. Yeah, okay. Um, Another way to find knight f3, it's psychologically difficult because you just move the knight, but she showed that she's fine doing this when she moved the bishop to g3 before and h2 after, so maybe she will do this. But like you can always check the first the idea of the move of your opponent and also the drawbacks of the move. So if you think like this knight to f8, obviously the ideas are clear. Maybe hoping to g6 or like the rook now can go across the other side. So these are the ideas. But if you find a little drawback is that okay, the central squares, mainly this one is less well protected. So for a moment, so okay, knight f3, at least you now the threat of f4 is not here. So you remove this threat. You control this square a little bit more. Yeah, okay, she can play knight g6 obviously or rook j7, but you improve one of your badly placed piece. Okay, so solve the ton of problems. Yeah. And then later you will try to think about this one. Oh, no, you won't try to think about this one. You will think about this one. And now the situation is more obvious. It needs to be on the king side because with the a file opening up to black's advantage, especially if she plays this move, you cannot keep it here. You cannot go there, so it has to be here. Yeah. So at least the choice is easier now. And okay, you don't need to think too deeply. Like first I play my knight to f3, then my king will go this way on the king side, and then I will see. You know, like the game, you cannot predict the whole game, so it depends on what your opponent will do. And practically speaking, it's wrong to try to predict all the rest. Yeah, you just go step by step, improving what can be improved. And now really she needs to move because now she has less than 20 minutes. So 20 minutes for about 20 moves. I don't know how they handle time pressure, really. Maybe she's confident in her um, blitz skills. I don't know, maybe. Or if she is accustomed to time pressure. That's a problem usually a lot of players have, like time pressure, because they cannot decide or they cannot handle their time efficiently. Um, so yeah, decision making is also one skill that can be worked on, really. It's very important. Chess is a practical game, and especially the time controls are getting faster and faster. So, uh, oh, she plays King D2 immediately. Okay. Whoa. Wow. King D2. Okay. Uh, okay. Looks a little bit risky to say the least. Now I would still think about her going Rook J7 if I'm black. As I said, the king doesn't belong now here in the center, with the queen side about to be open. I thought the king should go the other side. Well, castle or king f1, king g2 maybe. Yeah. Knight g6 might be a good move also, obviously. But rook j7, just simple chess again. You have an open file that you can control, just go for it. Knight g6 can come later. Um, yeah, I'm not. Hmm. I'm actually not sure now. I'm having a look at it. F4 is maybe still possible because I can see maybe there's a tactical trick here. E takes, G takes. Okay, the bishop has no choice but to take. Now you take this pawn, okay? And the tactical point is that if you take here, I might take here with check. And now you have this double check here. Followed by, I don't know, king move and queen takes h6. So we should count the material, which is equal material, but obviously the white king seems to be in a more dangerous spot, and especially, well, the 2 pawns of black, the center now belongs to black, so it's very, very strong here. E5 will come super center, and this one is not impressive at all. The knight on h2 again. So this position is terrible for white. Because the king is unsafe. Black's king is not like super safe, of course, but white king is worse, looks worse, and yeah, the pawns in the center will dominate the game. Push the pawn e5, e4, or e5, or e5, and the knight will hope to e6 and d4. Well, okay, just not good at all. So maybe f4 actually still works. Because, yeah, it looks straightforward, no? f4, you have to take, I guess. G takes, so you have to take. Again, the bishop is no square. And take on d4. Okay, so now you don't need to take the knight, maybe. Yeah, I guess this is a better option not to take the knight. And probably, again, it's better to bring a piece into the game if it's possible. Uh, well, now it's getting more concrete if she plays f4, but rook j a7 is also a decent choice, of course, doubling the rooks. But yeah, because now you don't. It looks knight f3 looks okay. I mean, okay. Queen f6, you have just bishop e5, and now it's the knight is protected. This is protected, so it's terrible for black. And now black will lose material along this diagonal. So knight f3 looks okay. So I guess now you have this knight is hanging and this bishop is hanging. So again, direct moves. You want to play a move which attacks. You know, it's just in this circumstances when it's getting sharper and more tactical, then direct moves must be the ones you're looking at. Like it's not should be, it's must be. So it's very often that one direct move, again, I repeat, the checks, the captures, and the moves creating big threats. It's very, very, very often that one of these moves will be the good one. So I guess Queen f6 looks very interesting. Just simply protecting the knight, attacking two pieces. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, looks fine. Again, the white king is the one now in danger. So this is a sharper try. It looks to me. Hope I'm not missing anything. Again, it's early morning here, so I will check once more just to make sure. Knight f3. So okay, if you take Queen f6 check, like you think you will attack this one and this one, so it looks good on paper, but there's this strong reply, and now you are losing material. Everything is protected. Yeah. But if you have Queen f6, protecting here. Oh, sorry. No, you don't want to take. Protecting here and attacking here. So what can white do about it? Okay, two pieces attacked. So I guess the move is to remove one while defending the other. Yeah, looks logical. Just you have two things attacked, you just remove one and protect the other. But it means that you're dropping the rook here. And then what? Bishop h6. It's queen takes h6 check, so you don't have time to take the bishop, so I guess you have to take the bishop. Now the problem is black is ahead of an exchange, rook against minor piece. This is how we call it. But the problem is this queen is attacked and this knight is in danger, so cannot really remove the queen because there's no square for the queen to move while still protecting this knight. So I think you should exchange queens, rook takes, and I guess move this knight because it's attacked, so you don't have so much choice here or here. Okay, whatever, you just remove I think here, because otherwise bishop e5 will win the exchange back. So knight f7 to remove this threat. Okay, and now I think it seems like the tactics are over and time to judge the position. So material is a clear exchange up for black, but some problems still to convert because the black squares are very weak. Yeah, so this one is particularly strong, and this one is still particularly bad. So if black could advance here, it would be totally winning. But so far, he cannot do this because this square is under control for white, and white can have also ideas about putting this knight there to attack this one, which is still weak. First, of course, he needs to take care of this threat. Yeah, black threatens this because of the rook hanging. So I don't know. Maybe a rook here first, something like this. Okay, and okay, it's still complex. It's not so easy. Okay. So now it's getting interesting, like a tactical, like it was interesting before, but now it's getting more concrete. Um, yeah, after King D2, it's just, I would say from a practical point of view, rook to A7 looks very fine. F4 is okay. It's a lot more concrete. And in the end, it looks to give probably, maybe there's some things missing that I missed, yeah. But looks like in the end, black is an exchange up, but white has some kind of compensation. I mean, I'm not sure it's enough, but compensation. So. Oh, so she plays queen e8. That is surprising. Okay, queen e8 is a queen e8 is surprising. I was not expecting that one. When you had some good ideas. So what's the point of this move again? First, to push e5, I guess. Yeah, she wants to push e5. I think this is the only way. You know, she wants to push this pawn. Okay. So I guess knight f3 makes sense. Just to keep e5 under control, and this knight is not so good. I mean, even if you lose this g4 pawn, it will open up again. The h file will be opened up again. The black king, so will always be something, some compensation at least. So yeah, queen e8. It's not a bad move, but I thought, yeah, two other options were like much better. Rook to a7 or f4. F4, okay, it's more concrete, so not sure about this one. Rook j a7 looks like really fine. Um, yeah, yeah, so maybe knight f3 or this position. Okay, with white you cannot do anything like very aggressive. Um, so there are two ways to approach this type of position. You will you just know what you try to guess what your opponent wants. Well, in this case, I guess queen e8 is to push e5. Okay, logical move. Opening the center, the white king is in the center. Um, so two ways, or you prevent it, or you just try to prepare for it. Preventing it is more like playing, okay, knight f3 or f4 type of move. You just prevent it for the time being. For how long, I don't know. F4 f4 is very radical. I'm not sure, I haven't calculated yet. But okay, so the first approach is that you prevent e5. Second approach is you try to prevent it. Or kind of not prevent it, prepare for it, sorry. Just try to prepare for it. Is there a way to prepare for it? Maybe, I don't know. Checking, maybe, again, it's ideas. If the tactically doesn't work, we'll see. Maybe something like knight e2. The point being that if black pushes on e5, then you just exchange. You just exchange. Okay. And suddenly you created this super nice square on d4 for your knight. The knight is really dominating here. Like knights love outposts, like stable outposts. This is what they want. This one is very good. It's very stable, protected by the pawn. No other black pawn can remove it. Just attacking this weakness, attacking here a little bit. Yeah, so the next one will soon come to help. Yeah, so this is a good position for white now. They managed to stabilize the position with a very strong knight on d4. Can be exchanged later by knight e6 maybe, but okay, another one will replace. So, oh, sorry, definitely not this. So, yeah, the point is knight e2. You just prepare for e5. You hope your opponent will play e5 then, but maybe she won't play e5. So the question is, can it be useful in some other ways if your opponent doesn't play e5? Like if suddenly she switches plans and still goes rook a7, which is still the very logical try again. You're just threatening a takes b4. Doubling rooks on a file which will be open is very logical. The rooks love open files. Bishops love open diagonals. Knights love stable outposts. Kings love security. So that's so here I don't know if you can prepare like efficiently, because on the other hand, this knight which was here is not controlling this square, taking care of this square anymore, which means that you have to, when you have to move with the rook, I don't know, here for example, I don't know, just an example, black can take and give you a check maybe, because now the knight is not here anymore to control this square, then forces you back to where you didn't want to go. So it means like king d2 was not so good. So there are some downsides to it, knight e2. That's the point. If your opponent plays knight e2, you understand first the idea of the move, and then you find some drawbacks about the moves. The idea is that it's kind of clever. You just anticipate e5. But the downside is that what was this knight doing on c3 that it's not doing now on e2? So maybe controlling this a2, this square, so once you open the a file, it becomes available. Okay, there could be some tactical drawbacks too about the bishop and the rook, but so far I don't see how you can make it work. So yeah. Oh, so she took on g5. Okay, I was about to say knight f3 then, but okay, she took on f5. Oh, first exchange of the game. Wow. I was not hoping for any exchange now. Okay. But as often the one breaking the tension, if there's no clear advantage to doing this, like immediate advantage, usually it's not a good idea. So how will black take? I would take with the pawn, yeah, because taking with the knight just offers this square for the knight, for white's knight, and suddenly becomes good because It threatens this one, and it controls again this very important e5 square. So if I'm black, I would take with the pawn. And then what? Okay, your ideas about e5, they're gone. Obviously, probably that was the intention of white. She wanted to remove. She found this way of preventing e5. The downside, of course, is that now this bishop's improving a little bit, and this knight now gains some squares also on e6. So I'm afraid the problems are more important than the cure, like the advantages of the move. Yeah, I think like now black is more and more for choice. Of course, anything can happen, especially with the less time on the clock. But okay, again, I like this move after for black. Just it looks so natural. And this king, I'm afraid it's not so good. So this is something like you can. Oh, she took with the knight. Not agree with this. I think with the pawn would be much better now. Knight g4 may be serious. Ooh. Yeah, she played it instantly. Knight g4. Yeah, how to cope with with this bishop now? It's becoming serious. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Because the problem is with this bishop is that after this white bishop coming to e5, yeah. So if you just protect it, if you remove the bishop, then bishop e5 will come. Let's say you just drop your bishop back and bishop e5, and suddenly will cost you some material. And if you protect it with the queen, or yeah, if you just protect it, again, knight takes and bishop e5. And there's some material loss. So yeah, what to do? I can see maybe protecting this way with the knight or exchanging the bishop. This is the thing, first moves which come to mind. So as usual, we'll try with the direct move, because this is always the first one we should look at. Knight takes g3. Why this is the one direct move is the first one we should watch first, is because it's the one which like eats a piece, so we'll force the opponent's reaction, maybe, at least it's more forcing, so easier to calculate it some way. And okay, the gain are maybe greater, you just eat something, so maybe not, but it's the first one you need to check. Yeah. So now there are two tempting moves. Knight takes here, difficult to say. Because if you take this bishop now, this queen somewhere here. Yeah, take the knight, take the knight. Of course, white is better. She can play a rook to the open file. Here, 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 for example. Okay, obviously, you can still see that black has this piece is a problem, and the piece is a problem, and this one also. It's a problem if white starts to create something here. Yeah, so that's the game she played. She take it here. So I think here maybe just white I think maybe just take back. I don't know. Because you can exchange this later, maybe. Or if the bishop drops, then you have this square for your knight. I don't know. It's a difficult decision. Both look attractive, actually. Yeah, which piece to take? It's always, but it's in this moment that white might want more time to think. Um, if you take it like this, okay, there's a chance, a risk, but no big deal that the bishop drops back. But obviously, doesn't look so terrible. Yeah, that's what she does. I think it's a good practical way. But knight takes f6 looked strong also, obviously. Both. So, yeah, her decision practically it's right. Like both solutions are very attractive. So just choose one and yeah, you don't waste too much time on checking if one is really stronger than the other. Like both are strong, it seems. So just choose one quickly and keep some time for later complications. I think practically speaking, it's good decision. Knight takes d3. Tone takes d3. Okay. So what to do now? Remove the bishop or protect it with knight d7? I think only this. Yeah. Yeah, just two options. Knight d7 or remove this bishop. Yeah, but now, look, if you need to pass by, well, it's a choice of difficult moves. If the knight goes back to d7, then you're blocking your rook again, you're blocking your bishop, and yeah, now it's a mess again. Your pieces have no coordination at all. So, yeah, now white is clearly for choice. I mean, yeah, I don't know if it's clearly, but yeah, white is for choice. Well, of course, anything will happen. Anything can happen again. The fireworks haven't started yet. So. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, 97 is a hard move to play because, yeah, you're just blocking your rook again, but now you don't want to even, the A file loses its value because here it opened. The F file is more important now. So you don't even want this plan anyway. But then it means that okay, this bishop is still terrible. This rook is not so strong because yeah, the partner didn't come. So white will be first. For example, rook f1 first on this f file. Yeah, now the white's pieces look better placed. But otherwise, yeah, if you want to keep your bishop with bishop d8, also it's not so attractive move, obviously. If you want to keep like saying like you get this bishop can control some useful squares, it's a dark square bishop. Well, I don't have one, so. But yeah, I cannot believe such a move. You just put your pieces on bad squares. So I don't know, rook f1 or oh, what did she play? d7. Okay. Doesn't look good first sight because then the bishop doesn't have any square. So how do you? Yeah, rook f1 or queen f3, something like this, just attacking it. Yeah. Okay, rook f1. Okay, you have to go knight d7, I guess. Yeah, I think it will soon. Black will lose material, I think. No? I think you have to go knight d7 here, I guess, to protect your bishop. Oh, I thought she was about to play a move. Yeah, I don't see any other way. Rook f7 is okay. You just have knight h6 tricks. So knight d7 should be played. Black is hesitating. Yeah. I don't see how to win the bishop yet, but yeah, looks like might be something. Yeah, the black pieces are like they lack squares and yeah, they don't coordinate very well. Yeah, your pieces should always try to coordinate, defend each other. This is what you can feel like with strong players. They always manage to coordinate their pieces very well. They're protecting each other's, and it's very hard to get at them. So here, black's pieces, no, definitely they don't coordinate. Yeah, knight d7, of course. Yeah, okay. Only move, knight d7. So now the question is what to do. Because okay, queen f3, just you want to attack more. Then there's always this, well, always, only this rook f7. Looks sufficient, or yeah, because I was about to say knight h6, you still have rook f8, and okay, still you don't lose anything, but now suddenly I see knight e5, the other side, because now you're forking the rook and the pawn. So what to do? It's not so easy. Rook f7, knight e5, and then what to do? If the rook moves somewhere, okay, at least you can take the c6 pawn, and after the other one will drop. It will be terrible. If it goes to g7 here, you have a choice taking here or here, and then after the bishop f6 drops, you lose the bishop on f6. If you go to f8, then knight takes c6. So again, if I'm black, I'm not in a good shape, obviously, but forcing moves always. So okay, the knight is attacking everything, so you should take it with the knight first, maybe. Taking back, and now your bishop is pinned, of course, because the rook here is unprotected. So what are my forcing moves available? Bishop takes pawn, no, because I lose the rook, so it remains no checks. So another capture is a takes b4. attacking the knight. So you take my bishop, I take your knight with check. Okay. My idea is that if you take back my pawn, now I can take your rook. And you have to take it back. But now suddenly I can move my bishop because, yeah, now your rook has been going this way and my rook is not unprotected anymore. So after AB, okay, white should move the knight, but then there might be some possibilities. Now it's getting complex. And now the players don't have the time to figure it out. Because, yeah, if you move the knight, then when I take here, I will attack your rook on A1. So what to do? For example, if I move the knight, let's say, to E2, let's say, no? Now you take this pawn and you attack my queen and my rook. Okay, so obviously I should take your rook. Exchange. Okay, my queen is attacked. And now you take my rook. And it's not so clear. Obviously, white can take H7 here or B4 or both, actually. But at least it's not a piece lost or something. It's just a, yeah. This is okay. This is cool. Maybe okay, or at least black is surviving. Yeah. Yeah. So this not so easy. Oh, she played a move. Oh, she played rook F2. Oh, looks a little bit slow to me. Rook F2. Okay, so she wants to comfortably prepare this, or I don't know. Rook F2 looks slow. Don't get it. Okay, I mean, yeah, Queen F1. Probably the idea. Okay, how to react? How to react to the threat of Queen F1 now? So obviously now it's not the right moment to exchange on B4 for black because, and suddenly it's, yeah, it's white who is entering. So it just creates additional problems. So you should really remove the tension when appropriate. So after rook F2, what can you do? Maybe rook F7? Why not? Rook F7. The rook needs to protect the bishop. The bishop can have an escape square. Oh, sorry, not this one. But it creates escape square for the bishop. And if maybe Queen F1, then just simply rook F8, for example, and then the rook is not hanging anymore. So next you can always follow up with bishop G7 and everything is like protected. I don't know. Maybe rook F7 is a solid way to play. Maybe, no? I don't see. Sorry, rook F2. Of course, white is better, but yeah, still like now with black, you don't want to lose material. Your main problem is your bishop on F6, so this is the problem you want to solve. So rook f7 creates some space. Rook on g7 now doesn't do so much. On f8 it will be much better. Okay, there are probably IDs like e5, but I don't know. It's getting quite complex after e5. I'm trying to figure out if you can try this, like you can look for it for this type of move, because rook f2 is a very slow move. So you may feel like maybe you can get away with the what did you play? Bishop b7. Oh, okay. So bishop b7, maybe e5 was interesting. The more I look at it, the more I think it's interesting. But okay, bishop b7. So the idea is just to bring the rook to help, I guess. But okay, look, this bishop on b7. This is really the problem piece for black, huh, in this whole game. Okay. So I guess the first move to look at is queen f1. Might be the idea of, probably the idea of white, just to put additional pressure on this bishop. And if the rook comes to help, then maybe now they can snatch a pawn here. I don't know if it's really that interesting, but it's still a pawn. I have ideas after to go here, and then once the knight is here, you can stop pushing, or here also. Okay, pawn is a pawn, like they say in Russia. Maybe they say it in some different places, but in Russia, I know. Yeah, queen f1, so I guess it's the logical move to look at, the idea of rook f2. Oh, she exchanges. Okay. Why? I don't see why she exchanges when obviously the bishop is not running away. So you can exchange it anytime. But why rush with this? Is the problem piece for black. So yeah, knight takes, of course. Okay, of course white is still much better because again this one is terrible. But yeah, you just this bishop on f6 was causing headaches for them, so for black, so you just remove it. Don't solve the problems of your opponent. If possible, yeah. He just has to solve his own problem. Oh, and now g4. Okay. Okay. Oh, now you see the players are playing faster. a4. Okay. Ooh, that's very committal. But she wants to play her move her rook to the king side without worrying about the pawn, and now AB is not interesting because okay. So a4, I think it's a bad idea, but because you just abandon any plan on the queen side. But okay, queen played and queen e2. Okay. Yeah, you see immediately the moment that black released the tension, then the queen can move freely because the rook is not hanging. If she played queen e2 now, AB, and always this rook would be hanging. So immediately you just it eases the life of your opponent. Just queen e2 now, and the rook can finally come. Yeah. I'm not sure though queen e2 was the best square for the queen because um, I don't know, I would be maybe tempted to go somewhere, not here obviously, but like here further, because I want to put my rook, obviously double rooks on the only open file, but then this square can be available for this knight. So this knight I can hope maybe to bring it back to somewhere better place. Again, on c3 is not doing so much. Square e4 is protected by the bishop, so it's enough for now. But knight e2, knight g3, if I can bring this one here, it's much better, closer to action. It has some squares. It does everything this one does here, about this square e4, but it does more, and even more. So yeah, queen g1, the rook comes and the knight can have this square. I would find it maybe better. Did I miss any move? Queen e2? No, not yet. Okay. Yeah, so. Okay, now there are two approaches, I guess. Just bringing the rooks to the only open file, or trying desperately to play e5. But now the problem with e5 is that this square is very weak. Yeah, just abandon a lot of squares now, because you can imagine a rook coming here and then threatening to go here even. e5, yeah. We abandon a lot of squares. The bishop is on b7, so what to do? So I think the most logical is to fight for the file. Oh, she plays rook e8. So okay, it means like she wants to play e5. She wants to play e5 and create some counterplay. And rook a f1 played immediately. Yeah, of course, logical. You just occupy the open file and gain time on the knight. So, yeah, very logical. Yeah, white is in control now. So I guess the knight will need to move. Knight d7 or something. Because rook f8 looks loose. Yeah, you just played it to e8 and yeah, something. Rook f7 also. The rooks are not protected, so you just don't pin your own pieces. Yeah, you just okay, it's obvious. Yeah, it's not a good idea. So yeah, just move the knight on g8. I don't see the point. So knight f8 at least controls the f8 square you can fight for or something. And you have e5 maybe in mind, but look, this bishop is just a spectator. It's just like us. This bishop on b7 is like us. He's watching the game. He is not really participating. So it's just like, yeah. So far, what's saving white from immediate defeat is that this knight is also kind of a spectator. Is not playing so much. So yeah, but obviously this one can be improved much quicker than this one. This one is very hard to improve. This knight can be improved. So I'm thinking, yeah, maybe should play e4 again, the break. And if takes knight, you see, of course, if takes knight takes, suddenly this knight is very, very strong. Yeah, it just eyes a bunch of squares. So maybe e4, yeah, after knight d7. Because I don't think like after e4 black can mix it up with e5. You just play this move, you just hope for the best. Yeah, you just think like if you don't do anything, you'll get crushed. So you just fear that white will, if you don't do anything, white can keep on pushing this pawn and you will suffocate even more. Like if with a pawn here, yeah, the black pieces are terrible placed. So you just try e5 and hope that in a practical game with like 7 minutes each, Yeah, okay. It will be a mess. Probably the opponent play well, you will lose, but yeah, I think you lose. Yeah, if white plays well. But okay, just hope for mistakes, which will come with no time. ED looks strong though, because after E takes D5, when you take back with this one, there's the knight. Yeah, this one is dropping. Yeah, but okay, still white has to find E4. So black will decide in this moment if white finds the move. Oh, probably there are other moves than E4. I don't know. Uh, no, no moves played yet. No, not yet. So knight D7. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, of course, sacrifice on B5. It looks tempting also. Just take because you will get a third pawn, and you have this immediate threat of forks. And yeah, okay, this looks strong also, but it's difficult decisions to take because you don't need to do this. So E4, yeah, I looked. Oh, she played queen, bishop C2. Okay. Mm. So she doesn't want to rush with any decision. Like E4 is committal. She's afraid of opening up in the center because the king is there. And knight takes b5 is still a sacrifice. So you feel like you are better. You don't need to do it. Okay, bishop c4, bishop c2. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now I think black should try to take it to play e5. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just try to create something. Like it's the moment to try to create some counterplay before white passes move 40 and has some more time to figure out. Uh, or you just drop your bishop to c8. I don't know what it means. Or you just drop your bishop to c8, like trying to improve the e5 push. The bishop will be still better placed in this circumstance, but gives white the chance to push e4 now again. So yeah, it's just a question again on pawn breaks. Yeah, if you yeah, white wants to e4 and but still is a little bit afraid to do it because the king is there. Yeah, so e5. Yeah, I think black is right. Practically speaking, she should take the chance to play e5 for better or worse, but you need to play it. Okay, bishop f5. Yeah. Okay, immediately using this weak square on f5. Mm-hmm. Yeah, before black can close it with e4. So okay, sensible play from both sides. 5 minutes now. Well, getting time trouble. Not sure how many moves left. Is it somewhere? No. Oh, she took me on d4. Okay. But this is ah no. Okay. Fine. First, okay. I thought bishop takes knight and the rook f8, but it's nothing, of course. So yeah, I think she should take back. Yeah, she did immediately, right? Okay, things are heating up now. Okay, changing queens. Mm. probably knight should take, because we said this knight doesn't do so much. So yeah, take the chance to. Obviously, rook takes also. Rook takes, knight takes is a possibility. But oh, she took with the rook. Okay. Of course, opening up the position will play. Now it's in white's hand because again, yeah, it's basically almost a piece up. Oh, sorry if I'm repeating too much, but this bishop and white squared bishop from the first moment of the opening second move, e6, is suffering. Yeah. So far black had some chances to find a good solution to it, but it, knight takes, yeah. Yeah, the exchange works. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, it's much better. Knight takes. Okay, so now a lot of pieces have been exchanged, but obviously white is much better now. The reason is simple. Yeah, the difference with the bishops, and yeah, those pawns are, yeah, just like tasty for this bishop. The white king suddenly is well placed in the center. In the endings, one of the things to do is to centralize the king. Yeah, now that, okay, there are not so many pieces left, so doesn't fear really to get checkmated or something. So yeah, just the king takes part in the action. So the king on d2 is very well placed. It can take care of the slightly sensible points. Okay, this one might be sensible but difficult to get to it. Bishop f5 is dominating the bishop on b7, of course. Yeah, this knight can go to some nice squares too. So yeah, material is equal, so it's not over yet, obviously, but no. Very difficult to play for black, this position. I don't know, knight g3, for example, just like the most obvious move, knight g3. Just replacing the knight, controlling the square. Well, no, just almost a piece up. Well, I think knight g3 is obvious choice. I don't know if there's anything. Don't see anything. I'm just checking again the direct moves like bishop to c8, a kind of funny move because you just attack both pieces and like, okay, takes the bishop, you take the knight, and you attack this one, and you can say like you let the opponent with this terrible bishop, and you have a super strong knight. But of course it was very stupid because I think knight e4 check, yeah, intermediate move, and then the king moves, takes the bishop, and you cannot even recapture the piece because, yeah, rook defense. Okay, it was pretty but stupid. So yeah, she played knight g3, very obvious, very good. Okay. So now if you're black, you should desperately try to find a solution again to this bishop. On b7. I don't know how, because it will take a long time. Like even if you play rook c7, you don't threaten bishop c8 because this knight is hanging still. So it will take a lot of time. Maybe rook c7, king g7, and then bishop c8. Okay, white, we can expect white to find something to do in between. Okay, rook e7. Okay, sensible move. Just put the rook on an open file. Nothing wrong with this. So I guess now this square is very weak, and you really want something else than your bishop to occupy this square. I don't know, I want a knight here. If I can get my knight to here and maybe here, well, I'm happy. So yeah, exactly. She removes the bishop, yeah. Just you want something else. And then you gain time removing and attacking this one. And then soon follow with the knight here and here. Or something like this. It's just very hard. Yeah, probably you have to protect it with the rook, I don't know. Rook e6 maybe? Because here you don't want to pin. King is not possible because you have this fork on f5. So removing the knight, yes, possible, but kind of not so attractive. Maybe rook e6. Okay, ooh, he goes for the direct approach. Okay. Yeah, he should take with the bishop. Yeah, for sure. D takes, I guess. And now I fear that maybe you can get the rooks there, or just first do this. Yeah, king e3. Okay. Yeah, now it's strategically even worse for black because really when you add this position, the only way you can want to save yourself is exchanging this one. You don't care if it's for which piece, but you want to exchange that one. Yeah, so white managed to like make black exchange this knight. So of course now that's very happy. Did I miss some move? No. Now the position is a kind of technical win. Oh, but she made a blunder, I think. Bishop c8, and it's dropping the bishop. I think rook f8 will seal the deal. Yeah, I think she played it. So now it's just over now. Just lose a piece. So this bishop, wow, he had a rough life. Right, he just didn't move from the game. The moment he finally had a diagonal to go to, then it's lost. But anyway, this ending is strategically lost because the knight is too strong for the bishop. The knight will just go just here and here and dominate the bishop completely, and then you just have to go with the rook, or you just eat the pawn. This one is going to be lost. So, well, many ways to win here. Just suffering for black. Yeah, now it's even worse, of course. But okay, I think the game was already decided. No tricks, really. Well, it was an up and down game, really. Like both sides had their chance. It was very interesting, a very unusual game. I have to say, very unusual. Uh, but yeah, really, both sides had their chances. They had their moments, like some tactical shots here and there. The f4 by black was a really good chance. Okay, she plays on. Well, I think she's right, and you should play until move 40 when the opponent will get some extra time at least. You never know with a few time on the clock. Yes, just play until the opponent gets the extra 30 minutes or something. Or I'm not sure if they will get it actually. Doesn't harm to play a little bit. Rook f7. Okay, just trying some tricks here. She wants to gain the piece back here, but okay, knight f5 check. Yeah. And then you can take the pawn, this one or that one. That one with check will be even worse. Okay, everything is collapsing now. Yeah. obviously. Yeah, it's just, well, in some ways, illustration of the danger for black about this light square bishop on c8 in this type of queen's gambit decline. If you don't find a solution quickly to it, then yeah, this is the fate that can happen to it. So still, she had her chance, really. Yeah, king g6, rook takes c6, check. And now you have to exchange the rooks. So, what to do? Yeah, this is all over. No, really no tricks. Rook takes, king takes, and probably king takes pawn. Yeah, just what to do? Just hope for stalemate, maybe. Oh, okay, still playing on. B5, yeah. Okay, now it's very easy, obviously. Yeah, you just push your pawns in, or you want to eat the rest of the pawn, whatever. So yeah, looking forward to the return match. Yeah, because this one was very interesting. Lots of up and down moments and plenty, yeah, things. Yeah, really, the only thing you should look for is stalemate tricks. Yeah, that's the only thing. But okay, there's a pawn here can move, and okay, once you pay attention to it, it's not so difficult. But yeah, stalemate caught a lot of people. Yeah, like people, you just make sure that you really like the game is won when the opponent stops the clock. Yeah, not before. So before that, you should be very careful. Okay, king b6, king d8. Pawn d6. Okay. Oh, she just pushes the pawn. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, what is there to learn from this game? Yeah, that just that once the structure, pawn structure is fixed, um, then you should look for pawn breaks always. This is the first thing. After, in this type of more slow positions, like maneuvering is important, then you have these questions to ask, like which structure I want, which pieces I want to exchange, and which one I want to keep. If you have less space, then try to exchange pieces. If you have more space, of course, just keep them. And yeah, after the problem of the worst piece, yeah, let's call it. So if you have a piece which is not doing so much, so for most of the game, for black it was this light squared bishop. For black, sorry, it was this light squared bishop. For white, it was this c3 knight. It was kind of you had some opportunities to replace it. Yeah, so you can always think about improving your pieces in this moment, and always make a brief checking about the forcing moves. Yeah, always it's worth it. Like even it takes you 20, 30 seconds, I don't know, maximum, but still you won't miss anything big. Yeah. Yeah, so white is about to queen. Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. What did she play? Oh, king b7 and d7. Yeah, she tries to give the last pawn. Need queen. Soon will come the mate. Yeah. So yeah, one thing which was difficult in this moment is that the tactical strikes were coming. Just like for once, like this f4 for black, it was just few. So it's difficult to always notice this. Okay, it's mate. Okay, good game. So yeah, good game from both players. So looking forward to the revenge.